Hey guys, so in the last lesson, I started work on her clothing and I was able to get one of her more challenging articles of clothing done. In this lesson, I will be starting work on his clothing, but before I get started, there is something I committed myself to doing at the beginning of this project that I forgot to do, and it's running tests. So before I get started with his stuff, I'm going to show you a test of how a sculpted piece of clothing like this is going to work with the nCloth system in Maya. I set up a quick rig with the current copy of the character's body. I've also set up an nCloth system with a proxy mesh that controls a current copy of the sculpted sweatpants. I picked a higher subdivision level of the pants, but it's important to know that the final version of these sweatpants will rely on a displacement map and possibly a normal map to capture the detail of the sculpt. But it should all work the same as what I'm about to showcase. I'm going to give a quick overview of how the test file is set up. So this is a copy of her body at the lowest resolution currently. I stripped the hands off because I don't need it. And then I set up a joint system, a very simple joint system, right there. And it also has feet. I put the feet in even though they're not really needed. And then I set up some quick controls. So what I'm going to do is turn off the nucleus node and show you how. Very simple system. So it's just a simple Ike handle. I didn't even spend too much time on the skinning. I just wanted something that was going to move. And the same applies for the hips. Very simple stuff that I could move around. And then I set up the cloth system the same way I did in this course. So there is a proxy mesh. This is the proxy mesh right there. There's this proxy mesh, lower res, that is controlling a higher res mesh, which is how I usually set up nCloth to simulate with my rigs. And it's the high res mesh is rapid formed to the low proxy mesh. The body is set up as a collision system, and all these dots you see over here are point to surface constraints. So I just selected all those vertices, because those are the areas of the pants that I want to be pinned in position. I don't want them to move at all because this is hiked up pants, hiked up baggy pants, and this is supposed to be clenching to her skin. I do want deformations at the joints, where the joints are, and I'm very interested in deformations over here. That's the reason why I like this technique. So I get to keep my sculpt data, and then I get to add some simulation data to it. So when it's time to simulate, I just hide the low proxy and then I run a play blast, and I'm going to show you the play blast of what I got. It's important to know that these are the default settings and I have not increased any simulation settings. So you'll see fairly cheap resolution, but with the hiked up simulation settings, which will come by the way of cranking up the substeps and max collision iterations, when it's time, will produce a significantly higher quality. But this is just going to show a basic simulation with some good behavior that is going to mimic the final high resolution result. So here's a simulation test of the low proxy mesh. I'm just going to preview it. Again, the simulation settings are not going to be of the best quality, but right there, it's kind of nice folding I want in that baggy area. The rig is controlling it nicely. This little jiggle will not be there. The cloth settings will be adjusted to make sure I don't get that. And I will try to preserve the folds in the front, probably by pinning them or painting property maps. So these folds at the knee shouldn't disappear. And the quality of the folding in the back there isn't the best, but you get the idea. It's going to be simulating nicely. I really like how it looks like when she crouches. So this is just the low poly mesh. Here's a higher resolution one with some camera movement to track what's happening. So really nice folds here. Really working nicely. Yeah, this jiggle will not be there. Probably deal with it. The pockets are behaving well. Figure out how to make sure it doesn't distort the zipper. This is not so good because the geometry is, you're forcing it to do too much, but with higher sample settings, this will be resolved, and things like this could be pulled out with transform constraints when they happen. So be really careful about what to do with the pockets. Probably want to pin them to the zipper, which shouldn't be disforming as much, so the edges over here will be pinned to the zipper so they stretch and not burst open like this. Also, I can actually also use a pointer surface constraint to hold them to the skin so that the pocket doesn't deform. But yeah, so this is an example simulation, what to expect from the pants. Alright, so it's time to get started with his clothing. This is the fit that I drafted for him in lesson 1. Lesson 1 was about concepting, and it's just a sweatshirt, a pair of sweatpants, a particular brand, and Jordan 6s. So it's just 3 clothing items. But since I added more clothing items for her, in order to be able to showcase more modeling techniques, I've decided to add some more articles of clothing for him. First one is this really baggy hoodie. I think it's Korean fashion, Korean street fashion, but I really like the way this neck area looks, and I'm trying to figure out a way to blend it in with this look of a shirt on top of the hoodie. So I'm going to try to find a way to blend this shirt look with this design. It'll be really interesting to see how nCloth deals with this, and I'm also considering not making it too long because it looks really like a cloak. So I want to control how far down I go down his hips with the length. The second item that I'm adding to his wardrobe are these jeans. This is a very complicated piece. There's so many challenging things to try here. That's what I want to do. There's I think they call them stacked flare jeans. And there's this stacking, which I have a very interesting approach I'm about to talk about. And then there's the holes in the pants, and then there's the ruffling, and then there's just the basic things you need to do on a pair of jeans to get it right. I have this image in here because I do like the silhouette that this provides, and I'm considering using that silhouette instead of this, but I might discard that. It might not work too well. Really, the major differences are the more fabric in this area here, making this a little bit more baggier, but I might just go with what I'm seeing here. And I'm going to pair it with a belt so that it's a complete outfit, a Louis Vuitton belt. So I have some Louis Vuitton belts here to help me out. And the last addition to his wardrobe is really just a shirt. I want to create a shirt like this because I think it will look really nice. I think this ensemble looks really cool. So if I make the jeans, I just want to make the shirt. It's a pretty simple thing to do, so I'm not too worried about the shirt. And this is the reference for the original sweatshirt I was going to do. I found some more reference. One thing I want to be careful about is not having too many creases on it, because once again, I'm relying on nCloth to give me the creasing. And I have a plan where I want to keep the creasing almost exclusively on the forearm and leave everything else for nCloth to do. So something more along these lines, but I do have additional reference here that is almost exactly what I'm going to be shooting for. And this, you see, the creases are heavy on the wrist and the forearm region, and the rest of it is pretty plain. So this is what I'm going to be shooting for. You'll see me focusing on the wrist, just like I did with her jumpsuit. And all this reference is going to help. This one is also really good. Confined to the wrist. And this is the reference for his sweat shorts. It's a particular brand. It's really cool. I like the shape. This angled shape inward is what you saw me try to capture in the reference. It's angled inward. So I'm really going for that, and I'm going for the really long drawstrings. I think that's really cool. This is also a silhouette that I like that might impact the overall sculpt, but I do think I will stick with this angle. But I do like this. It's a perfect assembly of what I'm sort of shooting for, so it's good to just have it on the side to guide me if things don't turn out the way I expected. And I'm also going to do the same thing I did with her and create this ribbing. I'm not going to do it all over again because you saw me do it, so I might skip some steps. Direct you to her video if you want to see how I did the ribbing over here. But that's a lot of items, and I'm definitely not going to get all of them done in this lesson. So this lesson, I've decided to focus on only 2 items, and the 2 items I'm focusing on are this jeans and the sweatshirt. And with the jeans, I will also be doing the belt. All right, so I have the 2 items I'm going to be working on the screen, and I want to talk about the approach I'm going to take. In the previous lesson, when I started with her clothes, you saw me sculpt all the creases for her sweatpants from scratch. And that's a good thing to know how to do. I just wanted to showcase it. There are still some clothing items that I will be doing by hand like that. But for these 2 articles of clothing, I'm going to take a more automated approach to get these creases. And I'm going to utilize 2 different techniques in 2 different software packages. With these pants, I'm going to get this creasing in Maya. I'm going to use nCloth to simulate these creases and then stitch them to the pants in ZBrush and then just work on the transitions. Just like I mentioned about this sweatshirt, I want to make sure that these jeans don't have too many creases because, like all the clothing articles, nCloth is going to be responsible for drafting a lot of these creases in these important areas. But creases like this that are going to be baked in and won't change much, I do want to get them done. I'll be using a whole bunch of other fun techniques in ZBrush and Maya to get the rest of the details. Now for this sweatshirt, I'm also going to be using simulation, but I'm going to be using a ZBrush simulation technique, and I'm going to use it to draft these folds or these creases. And just like with the pants, when I'm done creating them, I'll stitch them to the rest of the attire and then work the transitions. It's significantly faster than sculpting it from scratch, but you're going to see that it's still important to know how to do this stuff from scratch because creating those transitions will require some understanding of how to craft folds. I'm going to get started with these stacked jeans first because they are definitely the harder item, and then I'll close the lesson getting the sweatshirt done. And even though this reference over here is showing hoodies, this sweatshirt is not going to have a hoodie. It's going to be like this. Only the super baggy one we're doing in the next lesson has a hoodie. All right, I'm going to get started with extracting the pants, solo hem. I'm going to leave the boxers on because I'm going to need them to figure out how this final pair of pants is going to work in conjunction with the boxers. It's going to hang fairly low. Now that we have all these cool simulation tools, I like creating clothing that hang more loosely in certain areas so you can utilize the simulations. I'm going to go for a more fashionable look, because back in the day when you create 3D models of clothing, the safe thing to do is to keep everything snug so you can have an easy job skinning. And so every time I see a 3D character with everything snug on them, it really reminds me of the old school days of 3D modeling, and it sort of dates the 3D model a bit. So I'm going to just select the rest of this. Turn off perspective, use the mask tool to I'm going to extract. This is pretty good, and I do want to start with a fairly slim fitted result. I'm going to go extract again and accept. First thing I'm going to do is lose the inner stuff, so I just want the outer shell. So I'll isolate it and delete hidden. And then I'm going to start the stepping down process. You've seen me do a lot. I'll retop at 5K. And just keep going lower to 1K. Just starting to get something that can be shaped. And I'm going to focus on getting something that has a successful silhouette. Since this is a slim fit, everything else should be fairly snug. I'm going to retop it again so that it gives me some new geometry and stops trying to adhere to its original topology so much. Again, these are fitted skinny jeans, so particular look, really loose hanging fabric at the pelvic region. So this is what I have so far for the shaping. The next thing I'm going to do is create the accurate length of these pants. If you look at the reference, I have a copy, an image that shows the actual length of these pants in order to produce all this creasing at the ankle. So since it's going to be done with simulation in Maya, I am actually going to create this length all the way down, and I'll try to preserve this shape. If I was in Marvelous Designer, this would really help with the panel. I'd create the panel to be exactly like this to get the correct result. Right, so here too, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to try to have this tapered look, and it's fairly long. So to do that, I'm going to extrude and then continue shaping. So I'm going to grab my Z-Remodeler brush. Duplicate the piece and get it out of here first. Duplicate. And grab my Z-Remodeler and right click on the edge and go extrude and do poly loop and extrude about that much. Okay. Yeah, that should be enough. And let me add just an edge loop or two. Right click, insert single edge loop. Alright, so now I'm going to get the move tool and start. Turn off dynamic. Start shaping. Turn on double for now so I can fix this thing better. Smooth it out, get a nice clean transition. going to run a relax function. I think it could use it. So I'm going to go to deformation and run a relax. That's a little too much, so I will run a, how about that, yeah, to relax it a little bit. Do some masking and inflating just to get the correct look of the fabric. So let me inflate and inflate. And that's about right. And I'm going to scale it. Really get the length in there. Make sure they're not too close to each other. If I do that, then I'll have to make sure I simulate them separately. I don't want them to collide when I'm simulating to create their creases. I think this is a good starting point. That's a good length. I'm going to clean this up a bit, so the edge needs to be fairly straight. So I'm going to select my mask pen, the last row, go to the scale tool, center it to that location, and just make sure I flatten this. Alright, so now that I have this basic shape of the pants, there's some things that I have to get done now before I take it to Maya for simulation. I have to tie down certain things. One of those things is the pocket holes and the ripped holes in the jeans. So I have to get those done now. And I want to make sure that whatever mesh I take out of here into Maya is also pretty much my final topology, because when I get this creasing, I don't want to remesh this anymore because they'll be so flush with each other that any remeshing will cause them to weld together, and I don't want that. I wanted to actually have those folds exist as they're supposed to in real life. So in order to cut those holes, what I'm going to do is duplicate the mesh, divide it a few times. So I'll divide it so it smooths out about that much. Delete lower, and I can Dynamesh it now. So that's smoother. Now I'm going to gauge the location of those pockets. So I'll turn on lazy mouse. I want to make sure I accommodate what will be the belt line accurately. So the seam is going to be around somewhere here. So this pocket will run across the seam line. Front belt loop will be around here, and the pockets make it about that far. So I'm going to bring them all the way here. And then now the swooping part of the pocket. And I can reshape this after. So right now I'm just going to focus on getting it in. Shading it, masking it, I mean. And then when the hole is created, I can focus on polishing it. So that's about where the pockets are going to be. And then the next one is the holes in the jeans. This is a very asymmetrical thing, so I have to be careful. I'm going to turn on transparency, make sure that I'm doing it at the correct place around the knees. Just here. Turn off symmetry and work on the first hole. So that one is going to be a little bit lower, and this one is going to be higher. And I'm doing this based off of what I'm seeing in my reference. Higher and slightly wider, as long as they're slightly different. And there is also a little slither, like a little thin hole here underneath. So I want to get that too. There are actually two, but I don't think I want the other one. There's one right there, and it's pretty evident over here. There's one and there's two, and the other smaller ones, they're so thin that I'm not actually going to create those holes. Try to get that additional hole, and I'll let it oppose this one like this, maybe like that, just slightly bigger. And actually, for now, I'll ensure that they're big enough so that they can be, the crevice can be extracted a lot easily, and then I'll control its size after I have them out there. Alright, that appears to be good. So the next thing I want to do is duplicate it just so I have a copy of this. Then I will group the masked area, and then I will isolate the piece. Invert goes split hidden. So now I have exactly what I want. These holes turned out okay. They're going to be detailed shortly, but as long as they came through, I needed to make sure that the mask there was enough resolution to actually cut out an entire hole. So now that the holes are in there, it's time to resurface this thing and try to get a final topology that I can work to finish. So I'm going to duplicate it one more time and remesh it at, say, 2K. Let's see what I get. Okay, that's pretty bad. What a Z-remesher. Dynamesh doesn't like it when you have a mesh like this with so many holes. So I'm going to try to first close the holes. I should give them a different poly group. Auto group them so they change their color. And then I'm going to try to Z-remesh while keeping groups so I can get rid of these groups because I don't really want them. So I will say keep groups, and then I will Z-remesh. Okay, that turned out good. All right, it's a better mesh. So now that I have something I can work with, I'm going to duplicate, isolate the mesh, and go delete hidden. So this is going to be my simulation mesh. All right, the next thing I'm going to do is block out a proxy sneaker that's going to help with this simulation. I'm going to mask the foot just to get a basic shape. And I'm going to extract, accept the extraction. Yeah, I'm supposed to isolate the shell first, then delete hidden. And I could close holes, but Dynamesh will close the holes for me. So if I go Dynamesh, Dynamesh closes the holes. And I can start Z-remeshing. Yeah, get something super simple. Start to shape it like a sneaker. Just needed to just remotely resemble the shape of a sneaker, so I'm gonna hide this. It's gonna help me push the pants up in my I'm not too worried about it being the exact shape of the Jordan 6s that I'm going to be creating for him, because I have a lot of room to adjust the final simulated result. I'll be doing a lot of fixing anyway of it. Just so the simulation doesn't have a complicated piece of geometry to deal with, I'm going to smooth this out. Smooth here. Very simple thing that fabric well. Swell this part out so the cloth doesn't to try to simulate a complex piece of geometry. Something fairly simple. If it needs any additional shaping, I'll do it in Maya. It should be enough. I'm actually going to do something to these pants before I export them. I know that in Maya, all I really want to simulate is from about the thigh down. And I don't like this asymmetry because this, for the most part up here, is going to be designed to be the same. So I want to preserve symmetry up here. What I'm going to do is isolate the bottom half that I want to sim, so I'll duplicate it, and then I'll take the bottom half and turn on symmetry initially. Let me grow the selection, just get a little bit more, and then shave away some of this to get a better selection. Okay, so this is about good, and I'm going to split hidden because this is the only thing I really want to use during the simulation. And I'll take this piece and I'll go mirror and weld. This is not too good. No, I'll stick with this. I'll weld it in Maya and make it more friendly topology. All right, so I'll be taking these separate pieces to Maya just so I can do some mesh cleanup here. All right, so here are all the pieces in Maya. I ended up bringing a copy of the full jeans just in case things don't turn out the way I planned. So I'm gonna hide that. I don't need that right now. I'm gonna take this little shading, wireframe and shaded, and just start off by cleaning up the central part here. All I really want to do is make it a little cleaner. So I'll do a target weld and make sure symmetry is on. Oh yeah, I do forget that this character isn't perfectly symmetrical. That's an issue that I run into with her, and I'm sure he has it too. So I'll just do these welds for now individually. And yeah, I can also do this in ZBrush, but I just feel safer doing it here. Alright, so that's topology I could work with. It's not bad. So I'm going to hide this. Don't need it at all. I'll create a layer and add it to it. And just hide it temporarily. And this body, it's going to be a collision object, and I don't want nCloth trying to do calculations up here because we just don't need anything up here. So I'm going to edit this body. Start by duplicating it. Actually, let me just copy ZBrush's first name and just get a cleaner naming convention in this outliner. So I'll just rename all these. Go to my namespace editor in Maya and just strip away these namespaces that came from ZBrush. Alright, so I'm going to duplicate this body, hide the original, and strip away everything from the thigh up that I just don't need in collision. So I'll first delete these edge loops, and I'm now able to double click, select this shell and delete it. And the next thing I'm going to do is remove the feet because I'm not going to need those either. So I'm going to select this edge loop right there. Try to select its equivalent here, delete that. Double click these two and delete. So this is going to be the collision mesh, but there is one more thing I have to do to it, and that is extrude it so that it has a length for me to simulate a cross. I need these pants to have something to collide with as they're making their way up to the correct location. So I'm going to select the legs, duplicate them, hide the original again, and I'm going to isolate them, select this edge loop for both of them, bring everything back, and go to 4, and go to the right view. Then I'm going to extrude, and I'm going to come down like this and have a length like this. And just so it has the right resolution so it can act as a collision object, it's time to give it some edge loops. So I'll go to my edge loops tool in Maya. I think it's in here, modeling, somewhere in here. Insert edge loops, you'll find it in one of these menus. Insert edge loop. Right. And I will do multiple edges and do about maybe 9 to start off with. That should suffice, but maybe I should go a little higher. That was actually 13. Let me go for, yeah, 20 is good. Okay, so this is the collision object. I'm going to make some minor changes to ensure a good quality simulation. The first thing I'm going to do is take this, which is going to be a collision object, and I want it to be a closed object. I feel like nCloth will have a more difficult time computing open-ended mesh. I'm just going to duplicate it for now. I like duplicating to keep the original. And then I'm going to go mesh, close holes. I think Maya has something like that, fill hole. And possibly even triangulate it. So I'll go mesh, triangulate. Yeah, just so it gives valid geometry. I'll rather have triangles than n-gons. The next thing I'm going to do is smooth these two pieces. They're going to be connected back together. I hid this one, but I'm going to smooth it simply because I don't think that this is enough geometry to give me a good folds. So I will duplicate this top one here, duplicate, hide the original. Let me see if this is still in there. Okay, it's still in there. I'm going to right click and I'm going to go smooth. And I just want one iteration of smooth, hit apply. Okay, that should be good. And I can do it on this mesh too. Okay, I think this is good for simulation. Actually, I should duplicate this mesh before I do that. Duplicate it, hide the original, and smooth this. Okay, I'll hide that. Shut this down. And I will delete history on both of these meshes. We don't have any information, and neither does this. Okay. Now I want to create an animation that is going to use these proxy sneakers to push the fabric up. So what I'm going to do is give myself a good amount of frames, maybe 250 frames. And at the end of the 250 frames, I want these sneakers to be where they're at the correct location. So I'm going to set a key on them. Then on frame 0, I want them to, let me go into the right view, and I'm going to use my manipulator and angle it in this direction so that it can go down along this path that the legs and the pants are traveling, and I'm going to move it down so it's here. So around, you kind of see what I'm about to try and do. So if I hit play, it's gonna move itself up to create the creases. I realize that maybe 250 frames is maybe too little. Just to get a nice, give it a chance to settle, I'm going to give it more frames, like that. Then I'll also give myself some cushion for the nCloth to breathe, go -25. And one thing I'm also starting to notice is that I may have underestimated how much fabric I'm supposed to have. So I'm going to take this and go to vertices, select this, and I will give it a lattice. So I'll go to rigging and go to form, give it a lattice, and hit apply. That might be too many divisions, so I'm going to come over here and reduce it to about just one division, and I'll take the lattice points and I'll just expand this in the center. That's weird. That is weird. So I think I'm going to do this as ZBrush so that I can do both of them at the same time. All right, I'm going to attempt the same thing in ZBrush where I do have symmetry. So I'm going to isolate these pants and I will select a portion of the pants, blur a bit, transpose tool, and get my deformer, and that should be good. And then I'm going to select these points. Should be able to invert it and yeah, make it wider. So it's a little bit easier to do in ZBrush. Alright, so I'm going to send this mesh back to Maya. Alright, so we're back in Maya. I'm going to hide the thinner one, the original one. It's the new one. I'll give it the same smooth operation. Okay. And delete history. And delete these lattices out of here. Okay, I'm going to start with the nCloth stuff. So the first thing I'm going to do is go to the FX menu, turn this into an nCloth. So I'll say create nCloth. Turn this into an nCloth passive collider. Turn this into an nCloth passive collider. So it's time for simulation. Let's see what happens. So I'm going to send this back to -25. And now that it has its cushion, I'm going to run the simulation and see how things turn out. Let me hide the floor. And hit play. Actually, I did forget one more thing. So I do have to pin this top. I don't want this top to move. All right, so I'm going to select all the vertices up here. Might as well select all the way up here. I appear to have made a mistake. It looks like these are not symmetrical. I'll have to go back to ZBrush and get the correct mesh. Somewhere down the line, I appear to have mirrored this. That was not supposed to happen. So I'm going to recreate a copy of the lower half, and it should not be mirrored. I'm going to go polyframe, make sure I have it in view, go solo. I don't know where I hit mirror. I didn't realize I had done that. Select all of this region and blur a bit, invert, get my deformer. Okay, this operation is what's making it symmetrical. It looks like, just like in Maya, I can't really perform this operation on both sides. It will force it to mirror the changes over. So I will turn off symmetry and do it one by one. Make it slightly wider. It's not a big deal. There's a minor error of hand that makes them different. Alright, so there's two asymmetrical pieces, and I'm going to send it to Maya now. Testing. Alright, so I'm back in Maya. I have it in Maya. I'm going to select the new fixed one with the asymmetry. Right click, shift right click, and smooth. Alright, and I'll delete history, so nCloth doesn't have to deal with that information. Then I will turn this into an nCloth object. Okay. And then it's time to pin these vertices so that simulation doesn't really happen up here. Select all these vertices, select the passive collider, and go end constraint, point to surface constraint. Okay, so that should be good now, and now we're ready for simulation. So I'm going to do an incremental save, and let me give it a little bit more cushion so that it can settle after it gets to the location I want. All right, so I'm going to hit play now. Cache playback is off, that's important. So turn it off, and I'll hit play. All right, I'm gonna stop the simulation early because you're seeing the obvious issue. And the issue is, if you look at the reference, yeah, it shouldn't really be sliding down like that, but also this is more so, it doesn't receive any creasing. So what I should have done was also do a point to surface constraint to the proxy sneaker for this little portion here, so we don't get any creasing here. And that will also stop it from sliding down this little pipe. I don't really want to play with the cloth settings. I think they're fine. I know it's not denim. By default, it's not denim, but the creases are really cool and they look pretty much close to the reference. I'm getting as much creases as the reference. So I'm not worried about trying to get denim, but if you care that much, you can come in here and there's a lot of presets for nCloth. So you can pick one of these presets. I think it's in here, right? It's heavy denim right there. So that's something that I could definitely try. I'll probably do another copy with denim after this one with heavy denim, and we can do a comparison of both. Focus on getting this fixed down. So I'm going to abandon this simulation, go back to the front, and I am going to do the point to surface constraint, but I want it to start executing at a certain time. So I'm going to select these vertices over here. That's about what I want. Let me go to the right view and select these vertices. Perspective. All right, then I'm going to select this and go constraint. Okay, but I'm going to do something. With this constraint, it has a whole bunch of settings, and I'm going to make sure that the strength is activated only after a while, because I don't really want it to be pinned at the beginning. As soon as it touches it, as soon as this thing moves far enough, I'm going to step through here. And at around there, when it touches it, that's when I want it to be pinned. But at the beginning, I don't want it to be pinned. So I'm going to select the strength, key it at 20 here, set a key, and then maybe like about a few frames later, I'll set it to 0. All right, so that it starts pinning to this at the correct time. Let's take a look at that and see how it works. I'm going to hit play. I didn't take into consideration this. This is in fact wrong. I don't want this result. I'm not going to take this approach with this point to surface constraint. Let me undo it. The approach I'm going to take to actually resolve the issue is to make sure I increase my friction value so that this cloth isn't sliding all over the place. So I'm going to go to my nCloth node, go to the dynamic properties, and there is a friction up here, collision, yes, friction. So I'm going to crank up this friction value, and there's a stickiness value too, but I want to be careful with that. I'll try to resolve it with friction first, see if it's still sliding down the leg, and then if it is, then I'll probably paint maybe a property map to make it sticky at the base, but I don't really think that might be too necessary. I really think friction will resolve it. So I'm going to click friction to about 0.5 for now and test that out, see how that works. So apply friction and simulate. Alright, the friction is not going to fix the problem, but I really like how this folds are turning out. But I have another idea. It's a little bit more of a brute force approach. I'm going to rewind, and I'm just going to make it so that this back area here has more of a hook to prevent this thing from sliding down. So I'll take these vertices here and probably just take all these vertices like that. I don't want it to go past that point, and hit the B key and get my self selection tool, and then just move this back. I must have reset this tool. Yeah, this weird setting was on, so I'm going to pull this back and probably turn off. Just give it a shelf. And then bring it up a little bit and angle it up so that it doesn't have an opportunity to slide down. Move these points a bit. And probably also add an edge loop here, just to give it a little bit more integrity, so it can collide correctly. And some more edge loops. Alright, this should stop it from sliding. If not, it does have history. That's not a good thing, but if it's an issue, I'll delete history and turn it back into a collision object. But let's see what these generates. Simulation. Alright, so this looks really good. I stop the simulation when the animation is done. It's very important to also know that you do want to ease in and ease out. By default, my Maya keys are set to ease in and ease out. So if I go to my graph editor, the graph is just nice ease out and ease in. Right, so you get a nice start and a nice settle. But this is really nice. This is pretty much what the reference looks like. It's a nice stacking that really works really well. Just have to do some additional work over here. So what I'm going to do is duplicate this finished result, and then I'm going to try with heavy denim. So this one will be stacked jeans, nCloth default. Settings. And make sure I delete history on it and freeze transforms on it. And I'm going to put it in a whole folder. Call this final sim. And I'm going to hide it. Shouldn't have anything. And then I'm going to go to my nCloth. Make sure that my presets has the default nCloth settings stored, and that's something I usually do because Maya doesn't come like that. It's very hard to return to your default nCloth settings, so you always want to save a preset of your default, but it's here. And basically all you do is just go save nCloth preset, and I can just call it nCloth default. I'll call it B because I've already done this. But that's how you save a preset. And then I'm going to go presets and then go with heavy denim, replace. And let's see what results it generates. So I'm gonna hit the back key and start the simulation again. So I'll hit play. Alright, I'm going to stop the heavy denim simulation, and I think it's really nice. Quite possibly better than the main simulation, only because it gives me all these granular shapes, which I can work with. I can either take out or add to. Yeah, I think this is cool. I'm going to duplicate this, delete history, crease transforms and call it nCloth heavy denim. Put this in the final folder, stack them side by side, and just look. Yeah, this one has a lot more information all the way up. This is also really cool though. It's not bad at all. I do really like the original one without the heavy denim features. I feel like it's a little bit more closer to result, or maybe I'm wrong. I should take a look at it better. Or it's not that it's closer, it's a more simplified result, and that's not a bad thing at all. Alright, I'll be back with the decision about which of the two I'm going with. So here's a comparison of both of them. I really like how this transitions well into the top here. I'm going to be doing some additional work here to put some creases at the knee area by hand. But I think my real issue with this heavy denim one is probably the quality is not the best. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to rerun another simulation of the heavy denim, but this time I'm going to crank up the solver settings so I can get a very nice, clean result. And I'll come back and compare it with this and see if it's better, right? Because I do like it. I just think it's a lot going on here, and it just doesn't look as appealing as this one. Although this is doing the right thing because jeans doesn't compress and stretch that much. This is just the default, and it probably is compressing and doing things, but it's more important that it looks more appealing than this. All right, so let me run a high quality simulation and come back and compare all three and pick one. I'm going to go with a sub-steps of 10 and a max collision iterations of 8. All right, so the high quality simulation was really good. It produced a significantly better result. It looks really nice, a lot better than that. This looks a lot messier. This I just let run longer. I think that's gonna be the final one. And now it's time to process this mesh. I have to weld it back to its original mesh. I'm going to do that. Before I start that, I'm going to duplicate and hide the original, just in case I want to return to them, bring them back. And the first thing I'm going to do is bridge these edges to weld this thing back to its original piece. So over here, I have 64 edges, and up top, I also should have 64. Yeah, so this one is fine. This one should merge correctly. So I'm going to combine these two meshes and then select this edge and that edge. Go to my modeling tool and go bridge. Okay, and that should bridge them together, and I don't need this additional edge, so I'm going to delete it. Then on the other side, there's definitely a mismatch. So if I select this edge, I have 56 edges, and I select this edge, I have 64 edges. I'm going to have to match the edges, and I think that the best place for those new edge loops to reroute is down here, because it'll make less of a mess if I don't have to have them traveling down the sides all the way down. So it's good for them to terminate here. So I'm going to get my insert edge loop tool and add the number of edges I need. And I'll check now how many I have. I have 63, so I need one more. And I'll put that, actually, let me distribute them just a little bit better. I'll start at the extreme and do every other one, so I don't get this horrible dense geometry. I'll check the edges, and that's 63, so I need one more, and I'll put it on the outskirts over here. Okay, so now I should have 64 and 64, and I will bridge them together, but the offset is horrible, so I'm going to come over here and start playing with the offset till I get something that is visually acceptable, and that's about good, but it's probably bad in the back. So I'm going to have to go and smooth this out in ZBrush to get them to travel correctly, but I should be able to maybe go with, yeah, 64 looks like a good number. So 64 is not bad at all. And I can delete this edge too, because I don't need this edge. Okay, so I'll smooth that out in ZBrush and get a better result. Now the next thing I'm going to do is deal with extruding what is going to be this ruptured fabric. It's on the sides. These jeans, the way they are assembled, the striations travel horizontally. So these ruptured ones, I also want geometry that I can sculpt these ruptured horizontal fibers on. And Maya is a good place to do them. So I'm going to start by extruding some of these. And I'm just going to select some of these edges and do some extrusions. And then I'll make them more interesting. Just give enough geometry to get some good extrusions. That will be the ruptured fabric. This one definitely also out here. Okay. And then for here, I will extrude all three at the same time. Make some adjustments. Continue the extrusion process. Just something rough that will be designed better in ZBrush, and possibly the geometry will be edited again if it needs to be. Get some of these extrusions out of here. Haggard. And we'll do the same here. Let me use this. Go to edge, extrude, extrude, extrude out like this, possibly like that. So that this should be pretty good. Yeah, we can do a lot of editing in ZBrush, possibly adding even more topology if it needs it, but this should suffice. It's enough pulled out. So I'll do the same thing to the other side. Close to the end of it. Some more of these shapes pointing in different directions. Okay, so they're really jagged and they're big. Here on this side, I feel like maybe I underserved their size, but again, this is something I'd feel more comfortable manipulating in ZBrush, so I won't do too much here. Some more of these shapes sticking out. so that should be fine for here. I think this is good. So this is the base mesh that will be sculpted to finish and cleaned up. It's done. What I'm going to do before I go send this back to ZBrush is run a mesh cleanup just to see if there are any issues with this mesh. You select first, look for faces with more than 4 sides, lamina and non-manifold geometry is all I care about. These other things I don't really care about. Edges with 0 length too, so I will apply, and looks like we're fine. The mesh is clean. So that's it for the simulation and the part of the modeling that is supposed to be done in Maya, and it's time to send this thing back to ZBrush. Here's the final simulation result in ZBrush. I'm going to start doing all the cleanup work. So first I'm going to come down here and turn on, let me get it out of this group. I put all the stuff in a workroom folder, hide it. Come over here, turn on double, just so I can see the other side. And the first thing I am going to do is do that smoothing that I said I was going to do here to lose this jaggedness. So I should be able to just smooth like this, and it should lose jaggedness and straighten things out a bit. I'm going to loosen this up too, so they're more evenly spaced. Move this out just a little. Okay. From here on out, every time I make a change up here, I'm going to turn on symmetry, and I'll just be mindful that when I'm working under the knee, I have to keep symmetry off because they're really not the same. The next thing I'm going to do is turn symmetry off and deal with this edge. This definitely needs to be cleaned up for both of them. Let me start on this side. Solo. Frame. Alright. Let me turn this back on. So this is not acceptable, this little fold here. So I have to get it out of there. Let me duplicate so I can always retreat. This is can really just be pulled out. So it's out now. Can smooth it. Foot back. So I'm going to continue cleaning this edge without obliterating the detail, the good detail that I got from the simulation. Alright, so that's a good initial cleanup of the front. Same for the back, and that should suffice for now, which is pretty good cleanup of the back too. Smooth that out a bit. I'm gonna do the other side. I'll speed through this one because it's pretty much the same. Alright, so that's a fair amount of cleanup on both of them. There is something that I could do to just get a little bit more refinement. Let me show you what it is. So I could solo this, and I could mask by edge somewhere in here. It's masked by open border. Yeah, I think that's it. And I just want to make sure that it's not on the top. So I'm going to remove it from the top and then invert. And then maybe shrink the mask a little and sharpen it just to know what. And then just go to deformation. And let me see, let me try polish crisp edges, and I think that's good enough. That should be fine. But any one of these could have also worked. Polish by group, polish by features I think would be a good one too, and polish. So just to get something nice and pristine. So actually, I forgot to deselect this, so let me add this to the selection so it doesn't mess with it, and polish by crisp edge. What I want to do is clean up these holes a little bit. I realize that I haven't made them big enough. They're really supposed to be wide, and I feel like I haven't extended them as far as they should go. Pull these, make it wider. Should go to these sides so they're visible, very visible from the sides. So that's something I should do, and keep the topology in mind as I do this. And I think this should be good. And this part of it should feel like it should be higher on the leg. So I'm going to select it. Deselect there. Blur mask. Just move it up a bit. And I probably want to be careful with how much this is covering the knee here. Counting on detailing this as I get more subdivisions. Alright, now it's time to get in the folds that are supposed to be at the top. Very light, but around the knee, I want to start getting some lighter intensity folds. I'm going to try to adhere to what I'm seeing in the reference. I'm going to pull this out. Push in. Seeing some really so it should suffice. I'll have more opportunities to play with this a little bit more, blend it at a higher subdivision level. And the other one that I definitely have to do is the one that happens here. This one almost always has to be in. It's always there. helped to pull this out. It's a nice little hint of it. I'm using the Denim standard, and then when I look at it in profile, make sure I do enough build up to represent the taunt effect. Just make it feel like it shouldn't be swooping so much. There should be some straight lines. So this is just some initial hinting at what's going to be down there. I'm going to turn on symmetry for this and turn it back off. I always have to remember that the higher I go, symmetry has to be on. And just leave the rest for nCloth to do the work. I'm definitely starting to see that I should have done the sneakers first, but because this thing needs to drape over the sneaker properly, and it's not a big deal, the sneaker can still come later, but there's something I need to resolve now that I'm going to need to create a proxy sneaker just so I can see. This flat part drapes over the sneaker. To do that, I'm going to take my proxy sneaker and push it so that it embodies the shape of the sneakers that are coming down the line. This is my reference sheet for these Jordan 6s. I'm just going to put it on the side and just try to get a little bit of its silhouette. On solo, hit transparency, just make sure it's looking like the sneaker. Alright, yeah, it's not bad. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is make this drape better. With this fake sneaker. So this probably be fine as is. I just needed some adjusting. And can definitely do more once the shoes are in. Yeah, it drapes pretty well. Alright, so this is a cool fit. This has a particular look, but I want to make some major changes and then compare the two silhouettes to see which one I like better. I'm going to duplicate it and I'm going to start making some changes that could potentially also affect the underlying body. I'm going to turn on symmetry. I think I can get away with symmetry here. And I should probably hide the body for now so I can make these changes. To reduce the curl significantly. That wasn't something I was hell-bent on adhering to. Okay, so that's about good. And then, even though these folds are cool, there are a lot of folds. So I'm going to tone it down specifically at the base here to get exactly what I have in my reference. And I'm going to keep symmetry off for this. I'm going to smooth it and use the trim dynamic if I have to. Another thing is to tone down the size of these folds from the front, they look really large. It's a lot of material. To make more of a bucket for it to sit in. This does swoop down significantly more than I thought. Then another thing I wanted to do was lose a lot of this creasing here. So I'm going to turn on symmetry. And this one I might duplicate again to try. But I want to lose a lot of these creases because they are a lot. Look like I had way more material than I should have had. Tone down the amount of creasing by smoothing. Alright, and another thing I don't like is this top area. It's starting to feel, because of how form-fitting it is, it doesn't feel like denim. It feels like some more elasticy kind of material. And I realized that there's a lot more folding, light folding that's happening that needs to be hinted at. I'm going to use my Denim standard to start hinting at them. Make sure symmetry is off. Get some of this light work in. It's bold enough that it controls the side of the silhouette. I want to make sure I get that. Almost goes right into this hole and changes and makes this hole a triangle. There's one particular case in the reference where it's really impacting this hole. Cut like that. Yeah, that's good. I'll do the same here. Really push it to impact the hole. And as much as I thought that it was a good idea to really have this lower part hang this low, I'm not too much a fan of it. So I have to take it back up. This is time to turn on. And also this knee area is a lot looser. You really have to open it up. This is should be a lot more taut. It's just swooping in, like I said. Doesn't work when it swoops in like that. Doesn't feel like denim. I do also think that Grab some more shapes. I should be putting some more shapes here. Yeah, that's very important. Just lightly hinting at some more. Really light. It's getting there. Turn on symmetry. Need to work this. I have too much of a gap here too. The way this thing is intended to fit, at least from this is a fashion from Rockstar. I see a lot of their brands on social media recently, and it's an interesting look. That's why I wanted to try it. But it has a certain feel to it. Really, it's slim, but it's just such a unique look. Over here, I really need to do some more definition. It needs to be some shape, silhouette changes here around the knees. Sorry, around the thighs. Let's see some visible silhouette changes. I'm going to proceed very carefully so that I don't just end up putting in more information than is required. But every time I make a change, I'm going to look here, see how well it's registered. All this is to make sure I'm nailing a successful silhouette before I start detailing. Typical triangle shape that cloth makes here. Yeah, I like the way it's looking at the back here. I think this is a good block out. I do think that the top here is still suffering. I'm gonna take a break, take a look at it a bit, and try to get this top area to where it should be at the subdivision level, and then I'm gonna compare the two side by side to see how things are looking. So some of the changes I made was I reduced how muscular the thighs are, so his quads are less defined so that I can get that nice straight down look. And I'm trying to sell this region as denim because it doesn't feel like denim to me. I'm trying to make sure that if I'm pulling a fold out here, I'm definitely pulling material here so I get a very accurate look. So every time you see me pushing this like really hard fold for the jeans, I just want to make sure the opposing area is losing material. I really think that this thigh area needs work to look like denim, so that's what you're going to see me doing a lot of. This is something that was also very evident during simulation, that with denim there's a lot more, what word should I use, proliferation, or there's a lot more low intensity crease or low frequency creases that are scattered all across it, even though sometimes it's not visible on the surface because the texture hides it. There's a lot of this information, this creasing information. So on a sculpt, you have to overemphasize it. It will be drowned out when it's textured, but all over it, I have to make sure that there's no side that's really bare like this. Nothing like this bare should exist anywhere on it. So there need to be these low frequency folds or low intensity folds everywhere. So I'm going to try to put them in. They're going to look overemphasized right now. As I step up in subdivision level, they'll be drowned out. But right now the whole thing has to be covered with some type of information to help it sell it. Alright, so this is a side-by-side comparison of what I started with. The significantly larger calves and not enough information up here, and this is where we're at here. Some of this is still a little rough, but I think it's heading in the right direction. To hike up that central region, it just didn't look right. This just was not it, but it's a really nice look too. It's an interesting look, but this is more of what the designer of jeans had in mind with that specific model that's modeling it. So I'm gonna stick with this. Alright, so I'm gonna keep working on this after I've taken a look. Now that the overall shape is more along the lines of something that I want, I'm going to start adjusting the body to match the new shape. It's a lot of changes. I will duplicate. Hold this. So yeah, that's about good. I'm gonna do the same for the boxers. A lot more of a lankier character compared to the original build. Legs are a bit exaggerated, the forms were pushed, and I thought it was only going to be shorts, but I think this will work too. Alright, so I've done a fair amount of cleaning up and shaping, and I'm comfortable with this silhouette. This is really close to the reference, and it's also the type of fit that I'm going for. I've started to hint at some of these shapes, and I think that that's good enough. This, the definition of it will come further down the line. I am contemplating whether or not I should add some additional edge loops in some areas. Take the zbrush brush and go insert a single edge loop, and I should be able to put some resolution over there because get rid of this rectangle so I get some good subdivision. Resolution to sculpt. I do feel like this one, I may have been a little bit too over ambitious using that. So I'm going to right click and go poly group, single poly, and just get rid of this. I don't think it's necessary. And go delete hidden. Solo. And make sure it's the only piece. And go delete hidden. Alright, so I'm going to move things ahead. If there's an issue, I can always come back to a copy. So this is the jeans look 2 final. I'm going to duplicate this. And then I'm going to do the extrusion to give it thickness so I can start subdividing it. So I'm going to go to the Z-Remodeler tool, go to a face, right click, and go extrude all polygons. And then just select this face and extrude inward. Be very careful with thickness. It's fairly thick. Yeah, that's very thick. And this is a good way to judge how far I went with that. So let me use this. I think this is a more reasonable thickness. Okay, now I can proceed with subdivision. I'm going to do the first subdivision, divide. And actually before I divide, let me make sure I adjust these to hold their integrity better. This is the corners of the pockets. I'm gonna have to keep adjusting them as I subdivide so I get something that looks like you can receive the paneling of a pocket and a belt line. Something like that. So I'll do the first subdivision. Adjust it again. As I mentioned, I'll keep coming over here with every subdivision. Alright, now the next goal is to start clarifying or removing which of these shapes are not going to work, specifically up here. Starting to see some of them look really bad. I'll start with Denim standard and with symmetry off. Start defining what's going to stay. So that appears to have worked out. This is also going to work. And be very careful because I don't want to define all of these with the same intensity. Some of them will be very intense and some of them just have to be supporting. Just like I did with her, I'm going to go through with the Denim standard and the build up or the flatten and just clean up these shapes that I established at the lower subdivision level. Try to take them to a completed final look. So I'll speed through this because I've already done this with her and I've done a little bit of it now, so you know what I'm going to do, and you can come back when it's time to move on. of the things you notice me running into is that as I'm sculpting this surface, sometimes I end up pulling on the inside. That's why it's important to keep the poly groups after the extrusion so you can mask the outside and only work on the outside. But sometimes a lot of the reason why that's happening is because you probably have reverse normals, and if I have that, I'm gonna have an issue. So I'm gonna turn off double, and it looks like I do. So I'm going to have to flip normals. I'm gonna try it here. So it requires the highest subdivision level to be active, so I'm going to do this. Flip. Okay. Yeah. That should resolve the issue. Now when I'm sculpting, shouldn't have an issue playing on the inside. Should be able to just put strokes on here. And as long as back face masking is on, the inside will not be impacted. I managed to get the other side also complete. At least I think it's good for now. I don't want to push any more information here. This is a lot, and I might end up cranking down some of it. But right now I'm going to focus my attention now on the ruptured fabric. So I did say that when I come in here, I was going to make some additional adjustments to this thing. I think this one should hang, and if it comes down to it, I will create separate pieces that will be simulated separately, either with a jiggle deformer or the nCloth system, but it will just supplement what's here if what's here doesn't look good enough. So I'm going to have that one hang, and possibly also let this one here hang. Not too far, because it requires a lot of geometry to make it go all the way down. I definitely could put an additional one maybe somewhere here, trailing all the way down. Decide that. So to get these in, I'm going to mask. Start by masking. So I've duplicated the mesh. I'm going to divide one time and start masking these regions. I'm going to use the same regions used in the reference. It's a total of 8 regions. One of them is here, definitely here. The other one is also up here. Very triangular shape. Tapers up like that. Abstract as possible, and then the other one is pretty much encapsulates all of this. Mine is a little longer than what's in the reference. I'm okay with that. to be ruptured fabric. Careful with this. This one is not so extended. And the rest of them are up here. Well, next set is up here. And the next two are just down here. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So these are smaller ones on the shins. Alright, so that's it for the ruptured fabric locations. There is another one closest to this bottom here. But I want to be careful how I play at this bottom, so I'm going to just put one over there. Alright, so now that I got those, I'm going to invert and immediately start to shave away at them with the build-up brush. Actually, I might not have as much geometry as I need, so I will invert and group mask so I can get access to it. Divide one more time, but I think I should come down to subdivision level 3 and just rough all of them just a little bit with the build up. So just rough them. They're supposed to be horizontal striations. So this is just like a dig. I'm holding down Alt to push in. Surface. I'll deal with these first. Now move up a subdivision level and grab my Denim standard and start creating the striations. Now I want to do something to help me get it done a little faster. So I'll go to the alpha and I'll go to modify and I'll tile H. Maybe 4. I think I need the other one, not H, but V. Vertical. So that gives me 6. So I should be able to, yeah, I might have picked the wrong axis. Let's go with H, 7 tiles. Yeah, that's a bit much. Let me see. It's actually not that bad. It's pretty good. So I will increase lazy radius, and I'll try to pick a similar draw size to use, so 58, so I don't get any mismatches. The rest of them manually. It's good that they're a little jagged, that's fine. actually gonna reduce the number because it's a lot. Turn off lazy radius. It's having a difficult time laying it down because of lazy radius. Put the rest in manually. Those corners are a little difficult. Alright, this is a little difficult to get. I'm going to turn this off now. Go and put this in by hand. It's too close to the edge, so it's a little harder to get it. Come here. Add some more. And to unmask, divide, mask again, actually this time solo, and then go in there and really get them in there. That's a good start. If I want to intensify them, I can always come back and mask and use contrast. I'm going to get the ones on here, and then I'll start working on these rims. So I'm going to go through this again with the alpha, tile it about 3 or 4, and then start traveling down. Turn this off. Alright, I'm just gonna go in there and just polish some of them. I'll speed through. This is just getting in there and getting some of them to flow better. Now what you're going to see me do is start staggering these tips right here. So I'm going to use a snake hooks brush. Actually, I'll just use the regular move brush. Snake hooks brush is really aggressive. And I'll just stagger some of the tips like this. So they don't all feel like one big chunky mass. actually using the snake hooks brush because it performs better. It is significantly stronger. We'll be using that to pull out these and pull some into. Just make sure sculptures is not on, or so to start modifying the geometry. That's not something we want right now. This is our final geometry. Alright, now I'm going to start varying the intensity at this stage by just picking one strand and pushing it further, just so they don't all have the same intensities. It'll be indicative of it's basically saying there's a deeper crevice there, and it breaks up the detail, and also helps me to fix the areas that don't have the right detail. I'll push something like this a little bit more. So I'll go in there. I'm going to speed it up as I pick random ones to emphasize. With a more intense one. Actually, it might be too intense. Let me bring it down. Just see what it looks like. Feels good. Also helps to break it up. It just look like there's a particular look fit that has these big tubular manufactured ruptures or strands, but it's that's not what this is. This is actually strands from the denim, so I do want it to look somewhat realistic, and I think that type of breaking up will also work here. I'll pick some of the areas. Yeah, that looks good. Like the smaller ones are the individual fabrics, and these are larger clumps, and that feels good. This already has it, and so does this. But let me see if doing it here will look good. Not bad. And the waviness is good because this is going to be noised in, but it's good that there's a little bit of distortion, because it's going to help sell that the rupturing. Okay, this one will not respond too well. So the geometry is pushed a little too much. The angle that I'm trying to get it in at doesn't like. No, I'll take that. That's a good start. I forgot to get this one. It doesn't look too good, so I'll do it. Alright, so that's it for these strands for now. Now it's time to focus on the edges. Alright, so this is some reference to help me get the outskirts done. What I'm really looking for is some kind of clumping of these strands that are shaved off. Every once in a while I'll have like a longer strand, but what I'm about to do is not intended for simulation, it's just intended to sell the visual. Right, so I'm going to go for a lot more shorter, clumpy ones like this, and if there is a long strand that I want to simulate, I'll do it at a higher subdivision level. I'm going to start and see what subdivision 4 looks like. I'll be building up. That's good, but it's not strong enough. And definitely not enough detail. So let me turn off this alpha. It affects all the brushes when you do it. I've decided not to do the individual strands because I have another approach to dealing with them. So I'm not going to do them. So make sure I don't do the same intensity everywhere. This is just a block out. Vary the intensity of this. So I think clumps, big wads of clumps. Varying intensity. Don't worry about the detail they're going to get right now. Just focus on making sure we have a good amount of variance. And also make sure that the whole thing is not riddled with that kind of detail. Yeah. I'm only very careful with this edge though, it doesn't have as much. It'll be really small. There's some everywhere, but some areas are going to be significantly smaller. Kind of thinking the same approach you would use to do sculpted feathers. So I'll have them overlapping each other soon, shortly. Alright, so now that those edges are all in, I make sure to leave this, because this is actually a strand. We'll get to that detail soon. Now it's time to refine this information and what that's actually going to look like. I think I need to go to a subdivision higher. So I'm going to divide. 37 million is a lot. Duplicate. Actually, I will delete the higher subdivision level here because it's just a duplicate. take my Denim standard brush, and this require a lot more care. It's basically going through and defining these as actual strands. Okay, so it's also somewhat of a lot of work, and I have to consider that some of them are overlapping each other, so it's not going to be as simple as just running, turning the alpha on and turning tile on and just brushing away. I have to take a lot of precaution as I craft this. To sell it as ruptured fabric. It'll definitely require a lot of cleanup. It's also really important to get this edge. The edge is more important than I feel like the tip. Although they're all important, but it's important to get that separation in the reference showcases. That the separation is more intense, or should be, so that it can be seen. The actual fabric. The tips are not doing too well. I'll deal with them. And they're all not just going to flow into the jeans. Some of them are going to be pointing upwards, so I have to be careful about that. But I'll deal with the tips after. I'm going to focus on getting these strands in. And I have a plan of using a separate strand, so a separate geometry to sell these strands, and it's going to be all over. It's going to be especially in here too. It's individual strands that will be duplicated to sell the look. I'm not worried about doing too much with this, or leaving this to be solely responsible for selling the look of these ruptured strands. There's going to be isolated geometry helping it. Yeah, the tips look very bad. I'll deal with that shortly. There's even a brush I might use, or a combination of one of the alphas that will really help to feather the tips. Alright, I'm going to speed up the video as I repeat this all around and create this striation feel over the build-up. So now it's time to go back and fix these tips. Mostly it's going to be smoothing, but one thing I want to try, see if it's going to work, is I want to take the standard brush, and then there is a Alpha 60, and I want to see if it will help to feather the edge. If yeah, it'll help. So and not just the edge, it'll also, yeah, it makes it feel a lot more strand like. I have 37 million polygons, so I'm gonna keep it at that. And that means I might not even need smooth. I was gonna smooth the edges, but I think this works. Yeah, it feels very strand-like. So it's like the ruptured strands at the very tip. To make sure I'm very careful with it. I'm gonna keep it on the edges. These are really small detail. The read from a distance better than anything. To help really clean up those edges. Actually, then there's an additional sculpting I'm going to do, which will be like a personality pass, just to add some buds, rolled up fabric in certain areas. But the rest of this thing will rely on texturing to sell the jean look. So the jean fabric will all be done in Substance Painter. So it's going to look odd with all this noise here and nothing here, but just know that tertiary detail for the jeans will come at the Substance Painter phase. All right, let me start working on these individual strands and show you how they're gonna work and how they're gonna mix in and help to sell this thing. I'm in Maya. I wanted to create it over here so I can check it for errors before taking it to ZBrush and duplicating it several times. So I'm gonna create a plane and strip it down to 2 subdivisions like that. And I'm gonna take the vertices at the outskirts and scale them out so they produce like a more of a spherical shape. And then I'm going to take this face, entire face, extrude it until I get something long enough, not that much. And then I'm going to add some subdivisions to it with the insert edge loop tool. So I'll add multiple edges. Let me see what 20 looks like. That's good. It's actually pretty good, but I'll go just a little bit higher, maybe 30. That might be too much. I'll just stick with 20. Delete history, freeze transformation, run a mesh cleanup. And it has no problems. So here it is in ZBrush. Now that I think about it, I realize that I might have gone a little too far with the number of loops. So I'm going to, in ZBrush here, just see if I can initially do a reconstruct. Okay, can't do that, but I can just delete the edges. So I'll delete some of these edge loops with the Z Remodeler tool. And this could have been done in ZBrush too. It's just, I trust Maya to give me clean meshes with no errors better. Edge loop complete, and I'll just start clearing out some of these, every other one. As is, it'll be a little tough to manipulate. Now I'm going to take the move tool, turn on the manipulator, center it, and I'll start at the knees. Just start positioning this in places to help sell this ruptured fabric look. It has to be really thin. I'm going to scale it down to it's about the width of these simulated ruptures. And just do like a free-form placement. And then start using the move tool, which isn't so ruthless in its desire to I'll smooth whenever it gets too distorted and then inflate if I have to. Let me zoom out first and isolate this region because this is really where I want to focus. Meshes. And just focus here. Make big broad movements. Get it in there as a strand. I'll also give it the noise treatment that this main thing receives. I'm gonna hold the move tool, hold down Control and duplicate to create the other strands. I have to be careful if I've established a thickness. I want to preserve it. Topological move to move them separately. So I'm going to place them in this manner. This is a little, it doesn't feel cloth-like, doesn't have like a fabric feel to it. So I'm going to make sure they have more interesting shapes. And this is also unrealistically thick because this is a stylized character, so I overemphasize the thickness. But I should smooth the tips so that it does feel like a little bit more like fabric, like that. Alright, so I'm going to start moving this thing to other areas where I think it will add value. Over here. And this will be skinned with, well, not skinned, will be simulated, either with a jiggle deformer, or I might just create a proxy for each of them so that nCloth can do something with them. There's a few options available. I'm going to turn on the coloration for this so that I can see them as one color. Other side and let it hang somewhere else. Maybe 3 strands this time. Yeah, these longer ones will definitely have to count on nCloth. I don't really trust the jiggle deformer in Maya with this one. For these ones. Auto group. Create a auto group. Create a 3rd strand. Make it shorter. Might be too much. That's fine. Yeah, they look good. Glad I don't have to do too many. These little strands really help to sell the realism. So that's as much as we have. It's really not that much. And if it comes down to it and there's more needed, I'll keep duplicating them, whether in here or in Maya, to sell it. The opposing sides should have one of them really long. Yeah, like that. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Doesn't look too overwhelmed. And maybe something down here should also have some of this stuff. Let me solo it. And then just move. Now that I think about it, I think I should have one of these hanging ones here, just significantly smaller. I don't think it hurts. Yeah, it doesn't hurt. maybe I might as well transfer that also up here. See if it adds any value over there. It's not in the reference, but I see a lot of this denim, ribbed denim has this stuff designed in. And it doesn't look that bad. I'm gonna let go of that one for now. We'll delete it. Alright, so this is the additional strands. I'm going to work towards wrapping up this ruptured fabric stuff so I can move to the seams, buttons, and pockets, and all the other things that need to be done. What I want to do is noise, add a layer, ruptured fabric noise. I'm going to be more careful with the mask, especially since I'm going to blur it, so I won't go too far to the outskirts. Get the one at the bottom here first so that I can isolate to get the knees, most important. And to get this region, I will isolate. It's a lot easier to I'll bring this back. And I'm going to try to blur at this subdivision level and see how much blur that gives me. As much, so I'll go down a few subdivision levels, maybe to 4, and blur. That's pretty good. Okay, that's good. Invert, go back to the high subdivision level, go to surface, noise, monitor from here. I'll start with the strength. It's pretty dense, and do want a really varied look. This will help it look like fabric. Let me look at the scale, see what a good scale would be. Maybe about there. Like this. Okay. And up close, see what it feels like. Yeah, that looks pretty good. If I go up light to mesh, I'm going to undo that. I think I could go with a stronger result. So I'll crank up the strength a little bit more. Okay. Apply to mesh. Yeah, that should be fine. I think that looks good. And I am going to run a contrast too before I'm gonna add a layer. Contrast that too in specific areas. I can do more with this selection. I'm gonna go down to subdivision level 4, few blurs, and then go back, invert the mask, and pull up contrast under deformation. And one more time, for a specific value, maybe 20. Okay, so now if I go to layers, turn it, yeah, it's just a little bit more intensified. That's gonna be good for baking. Now there's one more thing that I want to verify, and I just want to do some of these. I thought I saw some more bud-like forms, more rolled up masses. It's definitely on this more bally masses here. Because right now what I do have looks fairly straight. Maybe it's something I should try to accomplish with noise. Yeah, they look a little bit more haggard with large scale noise at a lower subdivision level. Let me add the noise to the ruptured fabric additions. I'm gonna divide them. So divide them to a good number. 2 million is good. Go to layers, add a layer, name noise, the surface noise, bring this down, increase the strength like I did. Okay. Apply to mesh. Yeah, looks pretty good. Blends in there well. Just do like a little bit of contrast. The deformation, the contrast of 24 maybe. Yeah. And okay. Alright, so I think that this last part that I want to do will require more work than I thought. I'm going to test something out. I'm going to turn this back on. I'm going to add a layer to it. Call it jagged fabric. I'm going to have to do it to this one. But what I will do is go down a few subdivision levels and see if it would be great to go through and add some sculpt data that makes this look like, gives it that jagged feel, really ruffled feel. But it only matters what it looks like when you go back up in subdivision level. Yeah, I might have to do that. So I'm going to go down to 4, and worst case scenario doesn't work, just get rid of it. But just give each strand like this noise, large scale noise, because right now it feels very straight. like it's working. Adding some type of variation there. Yeah, feels like it's working. I'm going to leave it in there, and as I look at it, I might end up either reducing it or getting rid of it completely. For these ones, it might be a little easier to get it done because it's just having to add large scale noise. So I'll call it jagged, and should be able to just go to surface noise and really pick some large scale noise. Okay, apply to mesh. Yeah, it's a bit aggressive, so I'm going to reduce the strength. Apply to mesh. It's too small. Go a little. Sorry, not here. Here's fine with 5. Looking for strength, and it should also be happening at a lower subdivision level so it doesn't obliterate the noise. Up top. And more strength. Yeah, it actually looks good when at a distance. Yeah, it does. Yeah, pretty good. I actually like. So I'm going to go back up, and that should be it for the ruptured fabric. I'm going to start with the belt line detail, and so I'm going to add a layer. Call it belt line. This is just an extrusion that represents the belt line. So I'm going to go to the lowest subdivision level. Isolate the outer shell. That's all I need. So I'm going to turn on symmetry first. Get this part, which is easier to select. Turn on wireframe. Go a few subdivision levels higher. And now start masking to get the rest of it. I'm going to turn on lazy mouse. Mask. Select this belt line. Now sharpen mask once. And try to clean up this selection. And I do want to perform it at a higher subdivision level. Go a little higher and invert the mask. Actually, I'm going to bring everything back first, then invert the mask and see which is the best place to do this inflation. Whether maybe subdivision level 5 is the better option. Run a blur. And I feel I need to really clean this mask up. Yeah, it could be cleaner. So I'm going to do just that. Start running an inflate. I'll start with 2. It's not enough. I'll go with 10 and maybe 5. I'm going to undo those inflations. And I realize I do need to sharpen this edge a lot more. Yeah, so that it's more pristine. And it looks like I'm going to need about 15. So I'll go with 15. And I actually might have made a mistake when I first blurred this thing, so I'm going to undo a few times and return to before I exposed everything. Yeah, right there. And go to a higher subdivision level. Bring everything back. Invert. Sharpen the mask. And now I shouldn't have everything. I shouldn't have the internal edge. And another way to ensure that I don't have it is to isolate this outer shell again and take this internal part and make sure to mask everything. I'm going to mask. And this way, when I come back, I know I only have the outer rim because I don't want to inflate the thickness. I just want the outer edge. So I'll run my inflate tool of 15 and I'll take that. Definitely have to do some cleanup. Start smoothing this. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do some manual cleanup over there. Take my remove tool and try to get a straighter line with this jagged part. It's a denim seam, so it doesn't have to be perfect, but I do have to try to get something that is presentable. When it comes to cloth, you can get away with a lot of this type of jaggedness or just organic forms in general. But if this was a hard surface model, this would really have to be fixed. It would be unacceptable. This is fairly easy to fix on a lower subdivision level. Yeah, feels fairly straight now. We'll do the same thing here. Okay, so that's our belt line. And this feels slightly crooked. Yeah, that's more acceptable. All right, the next order of business is to find that where the separation is going to be. This one I just like to use a little trick to fake the separation. I'm going to turn on the wireframe, find that center line, and start hacking away at it. So I'm going to grab my Damien standard, find the center line, and just start pushing it at this low subdivision level. Higher subdivision level so I can get that additional edge. And I'm going to turn off symmetry and pull the one next to it a little bit. Really what I'm trying to do is fake the overlap over there. Turn on symmetry again. Alright, and then I'm going to turn off symmetry and start making some manual moves to sell that this fake overlap. Make it feel like this part of it is sitting over. I need to grab my clay brush and give this a lift to turn off RGB. I don't know why it was on. Seems to have been turned on. All these tools. Alright, so I'm going to lift this. Just a little bit of I think I might have gotten a little color on this thing, so I'm going to take this flat color and go to RGB and go fill object to clear all the color. Come back to a higher subdivision level and continue the development of that lip. Might be able to mask like this. Right, and just pull it out just a little, like that. Get a noticeable edge. And that's a lot. And then grab the flattened brush. Use it on invert to pull up the surrounding area evenly, and yeah, that should produce an elevation that makes you think that it's overlapped. And this is a mistake I should have watched out for. I'm going to resolve it by masking the outer shell, inverting, and then fixing this smoothing. For you to isolate actions to the inside shell or the outside shell. The next order of business is to create the major seam lines. I'm going to use a very simple trick to do this because we have a lot of ruffling here and it's going to be very difficult to get in these little crevices. So I'm not going to do it the way I did it for her, where I charted a line with the Denim standard. And I'm also going to use this approach because it's a lot more accurate and it doesn't require so much manual dragging and trying to ensure that things are straight. Add a new layer. Go to the high subdivision level. So now that we have the belt line, I'm going to add a new layer. Name this the main seams. And I am going to do a little bit of cleanup because we have a lot of pieces of geometry in this file. Alright, so the trick I'm going to use is really not a trick, but it's a function of the seaweed modeler brush. I'm going to go down a subdivision level to 5. I'm going to grab the seaweed modeler brush and turn on polyframe, and then isolate the outer shell yet again, because I really only care for this operation to be on the visible side of the pants. And then I'm going to right click. This operation should already be active because I tested it, but I'll try to zoom in as far as possible and get an edge and move like this. Right click and mask complete edge loop, so I will do it here. Okay. Zoom out. And if I turn off polyframe, I should have the complete edge loop there all the way to the back. But I do not need it on the belt line, so I'm going to unmask from the belt line manually. So I'll select to get rid of it there, and do the same with the other side. Okay, and now I have to get it on these sides, so I'll turn on symmetry for this and turn on polyframe again. Ooh, it's not going to be easy to do here, but I will take an initial edge. Let me see which is the most appropriate to take. I'll take from around here. It's not a perfect straight line down the pants on this side at least. So I will pick a random, let me go mask, and zoom out and see what it has charted all the way down. That is not a good line. I'm going to undo that and look for another one. There we go. Let me see where that one is. Yeah, that's still not a good line. I think I'm going to try to get it from down here so I can get right in the center at the side. So I really want it to come down around here. Okay, and yeah, this should be a good selection for the side, but it looks like I'm going to have to do both sides separately, which is fine. Let me turn off symmetry. Okay. So yeah, these outskirts here, I'm gonna have to get them manually. So here, I also want one that travels down the side. So I'm going to come in here. Okay, so this should have gone to the other side. And it did, but at a bad location. So I didn't pick a good, spot. So I'm going to go there. Went to the other side nicely, and it went underneath the pants in the crotch area. And I'm going to grab my mask tool and just start erasing. Let me turn off lazy mouse. And just erase mask. symmetry on. So I'm gonna turn lazy mouse back on and come here, and it has to be a significantly thinner. It's not thin enough, so I'm gonna go take a super small draw size. That might be too thin, so I'll go for like a 4. Check the other side. Alright, so those are the major seam lines, and it's now time to inset them. I'm going to invert the selection. What I'll do is a deflation, or it's an inflate but in the reverse, and then just go a -5. Yeah, that worked. But the more I look at this one, I feel like it's a little crooked in a way that's not good. So I'm going to activate my mask tool again at that thin value. Get in there. Polish this. Alright, so yeah, it looks better now. It looks like it's traveling down the right location. So I will invert and then do another -5. Check it out. Yeah, and that's a successful seam on the side. Very evident down the center line and underneath the pants. Yeah, very deep. Very cool. There is a lot of work to do as far as threading is concerned, so I have to put in a lot of grooves so that I can run the threading through them. But before I do that, I want to get all the final pieces of this pair of jeans extruded. I'm going to get started on that. But before that, there is one more seam line which I should be focusing on, and that's usually for a pair of jeans. There is an additional compartment up here that is also going to receive the threading, but I do consider that as a main seam, and it needs to run from the side panel here all the way to the back. So it's this little panel here that goes in the back. Usually it's at an angle. Here's a better shot of it in a different pair of jeans. It's this. Alright, so I'm going to worry about this line. Go with that small number I had before and just mask it in there with lazy mouse. So that should be fine. I'll invert it and polish it a little bit because this looks really bad. Looks like I got a piece there. Careful. Okay. And then I'll do another deflation of -5. Alright, so now I'm going to start pieces that I need. To do that, I'm going to bring back the body just so I can have a better gauge of what's going on. One of the first things I need is the pocket innards, what's sort of going to sit behind the mesh here as a pocket. So I'm going to extract that and select his body, go up a few subdivision levels. Actually, these are his boxers, that will do fine. And solo and mask. Okay, this encapsulates a lot more if I go transparency. Might be a little too high. So solo. And yeah, this encapsulates good region. This is really just to fake a pocket. It's not going to have the real anatomy of a pair of denim pants. They're not going to be connected in any way. I just really want to skin wrap it to his actual body so that there's just something, a panel back there. Alright, so I'm going to extract. It's ridiculous. 0.002. Extract and accept. Solo. Just need the outer shell. Delete hidden and resurface. And just keep going down with the resurface until you get some really simple mesh. That's going to be the inside of the pocket. The next thing I want to get are the belt loops. Cube, just flatten it a bit, make it a belt loop. Just take these edges in the back, scale them down a bit, take these faces, extrude them like that, and rotate this a bit, rotate that a bit, and extrude yet again, and then rotate upward, rotate downward, select these faces, and extrude yet again to go up. Probably just flatten this. Just want a cleaner piece of geometry. That's why I'm here. And all this can be done in ZBrush. It's just you go where you're more comfortable modeling very quickly, getting functional geometry. Adjusted further in ZBrush till it's the perfect shape. That is pretty thick though, so I'm going to and after I get it shaped the way I want in ZBrush, I'll add some edge loops to hold to reinforce the edges. I'm going to move it up to location. First center the pivot, move it up. looks like it's the other way around, so I'll rotate it 180 degrees, scale it up. It's going to sit there and overlap into from the belt line down to the main pants. Make sure that it's actually colliding correctly. And also that the belt that's coming is going to fit it correctly. So I'm going to select this, make sure I move it up so it's the right location. Move that upside down. Yeah. I feel like the belt doesn't have enough room to loop through. So I'm going to move this up. Actually, what I do want to do is just select these and take the move tool, make sure I'm moving along the surface like that to give the belt the room it needs to loop through. And I think for the bottom here it's fine. Just a little bit more of adjusting. And just so I don't give ZBrush messy geometry, so I will take the Z remodeler brush, right click, insert, single edge loop here, and then the same here to reinforce the edges when I subdivide. There, and there, and also here. The part where it attaches to the pants, I really want to hold its form. Like that, so if I was to subdivide, yeah, I get that. Rotate and make sure that this is a lot more flusher with the pants. And then I'm going to activate symmetry, mirror and weld, and then use hold down control and move to create the rest of the pieces. It does look like this is still a little crooked. I'm going to adding a lot of layers to this thing, so I want to be careful. Belt line, adjust, go down to the lower subdivision level, and just have this thing be its correct thickness. And go back to the belt loops, not deform them too much so that I have the same size belt loop all around so the belt fits in perfectly. Alright, so that's the belt loops. Right, before I create the back pockets, I'm going to take these belt loops and move them out a little bit because I realized when the belt comes in, they're going to be competing with it. So I'm going to make sure they are closer to where they're supposed to be. I think they're supposed to be right there by the pocket. Yeah, right there. Right. If I need to, I'll move it again. All right, that's good. I think the back one should be fine. All right, I'm going to come to these pants and mask out the pockets. I'm going to sharpen mask just to get the insides that are not masked too well, and extract again. Extract, try again, extract, and I think that's fine. I will accept. Delete the, only keep the outer shell, so I'll delete hidden. And resurface down. So I get some really nice geometry. Keep going down. Maybe even lower. Yeah, about slow. And then start adjusting it. I'm going to keep it symmetrical for as long as I can and then break my symmetry. I might not ever need to break symmetry. I think it'll be fine if I, yes, both sides are slightly different, but it's not going to hurt to, it's actually a lot easier. I can just work on both of them at the same time. I'm going to zremesh again. I won't clean the geometry. Yeah, that's significantly cleaner. Yeah, that's very clean. So I'll right click, extrude all polygons until it touches the surface. I'll flip. Okay, and then I'm going to solo and group by normals so that I can get different poly groups for these panels, these different panels. So I'll try group by normals, but with the default value, and yeah, it's split these two into their separate poly groups. Let me duplicate this. So this way, if I increase poly groups and go solo and start subdividing, yeah, it preserves the edges, divide, but they're a little harsh. So at this stage, I'll probably do a smooth, do like a smooth, just to bevel them just a bit. Yeah, so you get a little bit of a bevel. And divide one more time. I'll leave it as is. Yeah, that's good. I'll leave them flush like that because these are fairly tight pair of jeans. Alright, I'm going to take these pockets on the inside here and divide them so that they're smoother, because I need to extract something from them, and that's this small utility pocket. So I'll turn off symmetry, go solo, and this one is not in the reference, but it's a very common thing on a pair of jeans, and I want the audience to identify this as a pair of jeans as soon as they see it. So some of the parts of that are not visible in the reference, I'm going to create them anyway since I know they're on real jeans. And I'll extract it, 0.002, and give it the same treatment. Delete everything else. Zremesh all the way down to the lowest possible amount. Shape it a bit, extrude it, flip it, group by normals, increase poly groups, divide it, few times. Go to deformation and run a smooth so it doesn't look so harsh. Bevel the edges of it. It does look like I may have to adjust a little bit. Doesn't look properly aligned to the belt line. There we go. Looks cool. And then the last piece of fabric I think I have to extrude is the label in the back here. This one is another one that's not on this, but I'm going to get it anyway because it helps identify it as a pair of jeans. I'm just going to extract on the belt line and then extend it to where it needs to get to. Clear the masks that are already there and also turn off symmetry. So I'll extract, accept, delete hidden, Z remesh, all the way down and shape it. Okay, so now that I've gotten it, I will extrude it. It's not touching, it's okay. I will rotate it so that it's touching. And make sure I adjust it appropriately. They're pretty usually big. And then I'm going to group by normals, run it polish by features, just so it cleans up the shape a bit. And again, I'm going with these really thick pieces because this is a fairly stylized character. So these things be slightly more, a little bit more thicker than they're realistically expected to be. Yeah, that looks good. We run it polish by features again, just to clean it up some more. And then crease polygroups and divide twice. Do a little bit of smoothing to lose the hard edge. I think that should be fine. Yeah, it should be fine. Let it wrap around the Alright, so that should be it. I do have to consider that the belt is coming here, so the belt will more than likely overlap it. You're not going to be able to see this when the belt is on anyway, so if they're intersecting just a little bit, it won't matter. Before I start with the insets, there's something I want to fix. This little line here is never this straight, especially when the pants are on. So I'm going to go into that layer for the belt line right there, activate it again, and disassemble all the work that I did here. So I'm going to go down a few subdivision levels, start there, and I could really just actually adjust this line. I think that's a better idea. So I'm going to go to subdivision level 3. If you look at the front of jeans, every time you have it's on, this is at somewhat of an angle. In order to get the button in there, you're going to have somewhat of an angle or this distortion, weird deformation. I'm going to create that angle by just moving this, and that will help the button that's coming in later look a lot better. And an overlap, so I'm going to smooth all this out, and I should be going more for something like that. Sort of like more of an angle. Take that and pull this out a little bit. More. Yeah, like that. That's pretty good. Let me flatten this a little bit. Yeah, that works. I'll keep adjusting it as I see fit. Move this area around. Now I'm going to start the insets. I'm going to add a new layer, call this inset for threading. And this one is going to happen at a really lower subdivision level because I don't really want a dig like this main seam here. I just want a soft region that's inset, ready to receive my seam brush. So what I'm going to create is this little, start with this one, this little hook panel at the front of the pants. Everywhere you're seeing a main seam, for the most part, these things are usually elevated, but I think it'll just present the illusion of it, and that's enough. Once the threading is in there, it will be able to sell it as elevated. But if it doesn't read well, I will come in there and just run a pass of just pulling this up to make it feel like a seam. But for now, let me start this inset. So I'm going to take my Denim standard, turn on lazy mouse, and start here. And I'm looking for something like that. Okay. I'm going to a higher subdivision, so see what it's going to look like. Yeah, that's fine, but that might be a little too low because I need two right next to each other, so this might be too low of a subdivision level to do it, so I'm going to go a little higher. It's a lot bigger. I'm going to go like that. I think I have the wrong shape. So it's very rounded. I'll focus on creating this rounded part first and then take it up. And I definitely went too low. There's some important detail that needs to read over there, and I want it to be visible. Okay, so Subdivision level 4 is where it's all going to happen. And there's also going to be threading down here, so I'm going to run this. I am going to have to run another line like this that the seam is going to sit inside here. It's right there. So that's the other one. And then there's also two like that on the pockets. So I have to run this. Then there's another one. There's a long network. For here, I'll leave symmetry off so I can get this one first. Go like this. And then for the rest of it, I should be able to turn symmetry on and go all the way around. Okay. And then I can turn off symmetry and finish here. Then the other one is also two seams that sit underneath this main panel. So this one is going to be, I should turn on symmetry for this. Get this over. All right, so I think that's for the stuff at the top. The back pockets also have two, and this little utility pocket also has one. So I'm going to divide, make sure it's has a fair amount of subdivisions. 1 million is good. I'll do the same for the back pockets. Got 2 million, and then this little panel label. 3 million is fine with that because it's going to receive a label. And take this and give it a layer, call it inset for threading, and go down to a lower subdivision level. So, and for this particular item, it's going to be fairly expensive because those threadings are going to be skin wrapped to their respective items. Add inset for threading. And then the last one, well, this is not the last one, I think there's a lot more. All right. There's a seam on the side up to a certain point. I think most jeans have it. If you look here, there's one over here that stops. This one is the way, I like the way this one is, so I'm going to go with the way this one is. It really is a fitting thing, I think, but it only happens over here. It doesn't go all the way down the leg, and I'm happy for that. But unfortunately, the one on the inside of the leg does travel all the way down the leg here. Thankfully, there's only one over there. It's going to be really hard to do, but it has to be done. And it's also evident here. Yeah, the stitching is only visible for up to about there, but the inside, this one actually has two. I'm not going to do two. I'm just gonna do one. This one is a little messy to get, but I'm gonna start by getting that one that we just saw. I'm going to come here, move solo, and then come on like this, cross over, and then go into the pocket with it, like that. I have to do it again because I have to turn on symmetry and take it up into the pocket. Yeah, and it's on the other side too. Alright, so all that's left is the one here. It's really gonna get a little tough. Alright, before I get the inset in between the legs, I've noticed a few mistakes. Well, it's actually not a mistake, it's just something that needs to be adjusted to accommodate the new inset. So these belt loops have to move again. I'm gonna solo them because right now they're covering the seam, the inset. I'm gonna invert and then move them so they clear. This door line, and also because there's a cylindrical metal piece coming here, and they themselves also receive some seams. It's very hard to fit. It's really small item, and it's very hard to fit the seam in there unless I make the seam really small. But the point of doing this separate threading mesh is so that it stands out, like it's like a stylized feel, and from a distance it's nice to be able to see them. I have an example here that I created for her, my first character that I created in 2003, and these are significantly larger than they're supposed to be, but it looks really nice. So I might be able to only fit probably one in there. Here I was able to fit one, but it seemed to work well. And then on this one I did put this detail for the fabric in ZBrush, but I will not be doing that this time around. I'll do that in Substance Painter. And the other thing I want to fix is this thing here. I think I have it wrong, how it's networking here, but also this is supposed to be a lot lower. So I'm going to smooth out this result. I'm seeing that I missed the mark, but where it connects, somewhat of a mess. I'm going to protect this by masking it. First I have to turn off symmetry. Mask that to protect it. And then smooth out this. And this path again, it's something like that, a lot lower. Like that. And then this, let me reinforce this. This one actually terminates around here. It doesn't go all the way up there. Stops right there. I'm gonna go in there and try to repair this as best as I can. Even if I get one, it's good. So now I'm going to get the underneath the leg. I'm going to do one leg at a time because this stuff is asymmetrical. You just have to chart a line right next to this one. This should have also probably been done like the way I did the main inset though. It was so much easier. This specifically wouldn't have been so hard. Yeah, now that I think about it, that's what I should have done, but I already started. Might as well finish. Just picked an edge loop. Charted it all the way down. Alright, I think that's all of them. And the only thing left is the belt loops. So I'm going to take them, duplicate them, hide the original, and divide. So let me undo that. Yep, 2 million is good. Go to layers, inset for threading, our subdivision level, solo. Okay, so that's all the insets. It's time to start running the threading through. Actually, before I start with the threading, I am going to add one more article of clothing that I forgot about, and that's the belt. It also has threading, so I'm going to extrude. Actually, a very simple thing to do would be to quite possibly go to this original mesh, duplicate it, solo it, go to the lower subdivision level, and just take this geometry. So I'll isolate the outer shell, go delete hidden. I should not have done that. That was a very dangerous thing that could have crashed. I should have delete hire first. Yeah, that was very stupid. And I'm just going to strip away this to get the belt. Took too much geometry over there. I have to polish this really well. I'll take all this out and go delete hidden. And then I'm going to start adjusting this. I'll unsolo it and do a scaling frame and center the pivot and do a scaling so I can see it, and then just shape it. To fit inside. To make things easier for myself, I think I'm going to delete some of these edge loops. It is so much easier to just adjust it if these edge loops didn't exist. So I'm going to right click, go delete entire edge loop, and just strip these away. And now I should be able to adjust it all. Alright, I'm back and I redid the whole thing. So now I'm going to start adjusting it to fit in. This is a lot easier to do with all those edge loops gone. Alright, that looks pretty good. I am going to right now I'm going to extrude it. Extrude all polygons. flip it and group by normals. So I get these different panels. And then I'm going to polish by groups with deformation. So it really gives it a nice, pristine feel. This is a piece of geometry that doesn't belong. Go delete hidden. Make sure I have a consistent thickness all the way around. It can penetrate a little bit. I really want to attempt this modeling in ZBrush. I do want to separate it before I start subdividing it. I think I can attempt it in ZBrush. So I'm going to duplicate it, solo, turn off symmetry, and start by adding an edge loop. So I'll go insert an edge loop around this central region here. I'll do that. Alright. And then I will right click and get the right click on the face and go polygroup, polyloop, and go like that. And that should give me an opportunity to right click and delete polyloop, and I'll go like that, and that should get rid of that. Select this part, blur, so that I can move this out a bit, because it's going to overlap, so I'll move it out a bit. And then I will extrude the edge. So I'll go Z remodeler, right click on an edge and go extrude, mesh border. So that will do both of them actually. So then I'll push like this, and that should give enough overlap. And I'm going to try to close holes with Z remodeler. I don't know if there's a function like that, but I'm going to try. And I have to select this edge, right click, and it's close. Let me try clicking on, yeah, that closed it. It does add this additional triangle, which I don't like. So let me right click and see if I can just delete edge, and just go delete edge. And I have to do the same thing here too. So I go to this edge, right click, close, and close, and then right click, delete edge. Yeah, ZBrush modeling tools are really good too. Tries not to create geometry it can't support, so it's not that easy to create problematic geometry. Alright, so that's the belt. I'm going to pull this out a bit more. So take a look at that. Yeah, I'm going to really have to make this work. Bad idea to turn on symmetry for that. And this lower half appears to not be in there too well. I'll go deformation, polish by groups again. And then continue to adjust this. lot thicker, so I'll be careful here. And if you look at the reference, this part of the Louis belt is a little beveled. So I'm going to try to create that with another edge loop. Let me solo this and adjust this a little bit more because that's wrong. So I'm going to add an edge loop, insert edge loop, put it right there, and then right click and mask by single poly there, with symmetry off, and mask by single poly, and then try to scale this down along its, yep, that's good. Scale this down to create that, what should be a bevel. Not too aggressive, be careful. Alright, so that should be it. Now I'm going to start giving it the treatment. I'm going to duplicate just to keep a copy and start by doing I already did a group by normals. So I'm going to crease poly groups and then divide. I actually don't want this to be a separate poly group. So I'm going to isolate the inner and outer shell and make sure all of these are one poly group. So I'll do group visible, and then I'll do crease poly groups again. Actually, let me go to geometry, decrease and uncrease all, and then crease poly groups. Okay, there we go. And then divide. Yeah, that's weird. It's doing that. Okay, it did the creasing here again. Okay, because this is still a separate poly group. I'm going to have to add some edge loops just to make this thing a little bit easier to select. So that's why it's hard to select. It just doesn't have enough edge loops. So I'm just gonna add a single edge loop here and also along here. Okay, this should make it a little bit more easier to select. So if I can isolate this and that, yeah, so I can group visible and group, this is fine. That looks like, yeah, this is fine. So this is now one poly group. Duplicate again and crease by poly groups now, and then start the division process. Okay, that's better. This edge maybe I should leave as is. Yeah, it's a little stronger. Start making adjustments. Actually, let me do it with symmetry on. Yeah, and the belt is in there. So now it's time to get the logo in. So I managed to find a Louis Vuitton logo, and it's a PNG and it's transparent right there. So I'm going to use the Make 3D tool to create to start creating it. And I'll go to a separate subtool, make polymesh 3D just to be safe, and then I'm going to go to the Alpha tab, go to Modify, and make 3D. So let me just put it in the side here. So I'm going to make 3D. So I have to load that Louis Vuitton logo in. So once it's loaded in, I have to pick really good resolutions here. I'm gonna go like 800, something really high. I don't want any smoothing. Go like that and go make 3D. And there. Made the Louis Vuitton logo. I'm going to process it a bit. So I'll go duplicate. Actually, yeah, I do have to process it. I'm going to append. It has a hook. Let me do append. So let me try to get a cube in here to represent the hook that allows it to go behind the belt. And again, because this is stylized, I will make it a little bit thicker so it's visible from the side view. I'm going to deal with that shortly. Let's scale this down. This is the hook that allows it to sort of sit, for the belt to sit in there, like that. And then I'll duplicate it and go like this. So I can tuck the belt onto it like that. And then into a folder. So I can merge the folder and solo, and then Dynamesh. Actually, I do have one more thing to do. I forgot. I do want to make this thicker, as I mentioned. So I'm going to scale it outward just to be thicker. A little bit more like that. Scale this better. Fill in. Yeah. And then Dynamesh this. No. Dynamesh. Okay. Can delete this. Duplicate. And then ZRemesh at 5K. Okay. That's a lot better. Alright. So that's the final piece. I can append it into the main shot. And so zoom out and find out where it is. Center pivot. Move it up. Scale it up. Get it into position. Yeah, that should suffice. Oh, leave it in the center. Okay, so that's the logo on the belt. And then now it's time to do the inset. So I will cut the belt, take it to its sub D 3 million is good. come down to about 5 and solo it. Grab my Denim standard and turn off symmetry for now as I get this inset. It's important to also get this. I'm going to select this and then shrink the selection so I can get the back side. Just get a clean asset. Bring that back, and that's it. I think I'm ready for the threading. All right, before I start the stitches, I did leave base of the pants. There are 2 seams here. Alright, so this inset is done. Time for the threading. It's probably obvious that I'm not going to be able to get to the sweatshirt I wanted to do, so I think this was a fairly difficult article of clothing to create. So after this is done, I'll wrap up the lesson and I will postpone the creating of the sweatshirt to the next lesson. I think I could do the sweatshirt, the baggy hoodie, and the shorts in one lesson. They're fairly simple, and putting the sweatshirt and the hoodie together will allow me to utilize the same technique with them. And with them, as I mentioned in the beginning of the lesson, I'm going to use simulation in ZBrush to get the initial folds, like the way I did this in Maya, but I'll be using ZBrush tools, and there's a very interesting approach that I discovered for getting it to behave the way you want. So I'm very interested in sharing that with you. So that's postponed to the next lesson. For the rest of this lesson, I'm going to put the threading in. I'm going to get the button, a few metal ornaments that are around here, and then the hole that the button sits in, and that should be it for this lesson. And also, because we're moving on to almost 4 hours, I'm going to skip how I created this brush. This is my scene brush. I'm going to show you how it works. That's some of it, but just created a very simple primitive in my very low resolution, like really low, kind of like I did with the belt loop. And I brought it to ZBrush, turned it into an insert brush, and I turned on the curve mode and changed a few settings here. And I think there's an additional setting somewhere in brush, but I won't go over exactly how I created this brush in this lesson. If you do want to know how I created it, just let me know in the comments, and in one of the future lessons, which is probably the next one or the one after that, I will show how I created this seam brush or this stitch brush before I use it. I'm probably going to use it on the Jordan 6s. I think there's some seams in there somewhere. To create the seams, I'm going to use a copy of these pants. I don't want to be drawing on this really high resolution mesh. I just want a lower resolution one that I can delete after the seams are done. So I'm going to duplicate it and go to the original and turn off the layers, because layers, when they're on, when you save a file with layers active, for some reason the file is really huge. So I'll turn off the threading. And I'll go to this version. And I want to turn off the layers here too. Go layers. Turn it off. And bake all. And then go to subdivision level 4, which is where I drew these seams at. And delete higher. And quite possibly lower too. So that's the mesh I'm going to draw the seams on. So I'm going to try to keep the same brush size that I use to draw this throughout the entire process. So let me find a good size. This is kind of what I'm going to be doing, but this is way too large. So I'm going to leave dynamic on, and I'm going to find a good that's not bad. It's really big. Again, I'm going to make them fairly large because I want to simulate something stylized. So yeah, this is what I'm going to be doing to get it in. I'm going to undo this because I do want to turn on symmetry for some of this. Let me find out which, and let me pick a nice whole number so that I can always retreat to it. If I was to like that, yeah, that's good. I'll do the same for the top area. I don't really worry when it gets crooked because I know when it's done I can adjust it as much as I need to make it straight. Turn off symmetry now. And when I get things like this, then I will be able to adjust it. Don't usually do. Let me start again here. It's a little too crooked. I don't want that to connect like that. So I'm going to start here. Stop right there. Just so it gives me a new one. And when I get something like this, I will make adjustments, manual adjustments to make it work. Because I can cheat like that. Just so I have like a straight result. So I redistribute them and get something that works like that. Alright, so I'm going to go through and do all of them. If I get to a challenging one, I'll come back and do it with on camera. Like this one over here, I might turn things on and show you how I'm going around it, or I'll just probably go through it all, but it's pretty much the same thing. I don't really want to make you watch me do this very same operation over and over again. Somewhere like here, I could probably cheat here too and redistribute. No one will be able to tell the difference. So here's an example where the line was more crooked than I thought. So I'll just use the brush, the move brush, to adjust as I see fit. So I'll move it. You can, I just want to show that you can pretty much do whatever you want. If even the original seams that were drawn aren't of the best quality. Mask this again, invert the mask. Just move tool to move it into position. That seam line is just like a guide. You can stray from it just a little bit, it's not gonna hurt, and it can always also be fixed at any time. In order to simplify things, I am going to delete the inner shell. I just don't need that either. So right now I'm going to isolate the outer shell. So this is all I really need to draw on. Go split hidden. I have to be careful because the seams are also on there. So I can isolate them too. What is done so far, and just have it sit. It'll all be separated into the correct segments soon, because all of them are going to be skinned to different things. Well, everything on the pants is going to be skinned to the pants, but all the other ones, like the back pocket and the utility pocket, they're going to be split into separate meshes. Depending on how the surface is angled, sometimes it will angle itself incorrectly, and those ones I just accept the fact that they're going to be fixed manually. So I will auto group and then select them and then individually rotate them. It's something you just have to deal with. It's not that much. And again, these will be skin wrapped to the simulation mesh. Not the simulation mesh, the mesh that is that is in itself skin wrapped to the simulation mesh. I might in this course try to start using the proximity wrap. I heard it's computes significantly faster than skin wrap, so I might use it for one of these things. I trust the wrap tool in Maya, so I always like to use it, but I know it's expensive, especially if you do an exclusive bind. Yeah, this one also needs some rotating. I think this might be the hardest clothing article for this project, unless her bubble jacket is also really tough, but I don't think it is. That's just all pure sculpting to get the surface detail. Well, actually, and the sneakers are tough. Specifically his is going to be tough. Alright, so I'm going to continue this, select this, make sure my draw size is 25, and focus on cutting this corner. Go one over, and I'll delete that, but get the other one. Okay, I don't want that. So I'm going to alt click on the mesh just to get rid of that live curve, because it'll always try to connect itself to a live curve. Right, so for something like this, I'll isolate and split hidden. Once I have that, I can auto group so that it isolates each one as a separate polygroup, and I can delete them. But I think I might not delete these. I think I might just adjust them. So it looks like it's a smaller threading. It's a lot. It's a lot in that region. I reevaluate how I'll work with that. Alright. To be the hardest thing. Something about my settings make it not stick when things get complicated. Well, I'm sure it's something I can change, but I don't want to alter the brush because I'm fine with adjusting it by hand. It's just a really simple approach that has always worked for me. So whenever I have these challenging parts, always finesse them individually. Looks like a lot of work, but it's definitely worth it. The visual feedback it gives you when it's paired with the final mesh is really cool. Definitely feels good with the original mesh. Alright, let me get through this. I just realized a simpler way to get it done for these parts, and that's just to insert it as an insert brush, because this method is going to be significantly harder if I can't insert it. So I'm going to just drag it like this. So all I had to do that was just turn off curve mode. So with curve mode I can drag, and without it it's just a regular insert brush, and it's just so much easier to just install it, especially just for this part. Right, this part is just too easy to, it's too tight to expect the curve brush to behave. So I can just drag them. And for something like this, maybe I can turn curve back on. I think it will behave here. But that does mean I will have to come in here and, actually, that's wrong. I have to make sure it's 25. That does mean, like, as I mentioned for this one, might need to do some inflation of this one to make it big enough to sit with the rest. So let me do a split hidden so I can access them, and just use the inflate brush to make it bigger, make them bigger. Adjusted. Alright, so I'm going to get it done that way. the stitches are done, managed to get in there. This is very hard, very difficult to do. Some of them might even look a little awkward and may need to be redone later. Yeah, I got everything, including the cuff, back pockets. More than likely I have to fix this penetration. Make sure. Stitching too. Pull this gently. And then get the belt stitching. Turn on symmetry and use the move tool to pull it out a little bit too. Turn off symmetry and fix this. Also notice that this is fairly crooked, so I'm going to fix it by fixing this seam region. Bring it down to layers, the high subdivision level first. Down there, step down to there, and just make some adjustments so it lines up with the stitching. Symmetry for this. Yeah, that's better alignment. Yeah, that looks good. Alright, so now I'm going to hide this belt and get this button done. Hide the belt. And its label and its stitching. Testing. I'm going to do it in Maya so I can get some nice clean geometry. Start with a plane. Reduce the subdivision level down to 2, like that. Change it to perhaps 2 units. Actually, let me change it to 1.5. 1.5 units. And then grab these vertices, the outskirts. Make sure they touch that so that I get like a perfect, something more accurate as far as a circular shape is concerned. And I'll select the edge loops and extrude. Center this and extrude, and then just give it some thickness. Just one cylinder, nice clean topology cylinder. I'll reverse the faces. Usually have it on the shelf somewhere right there. And I should be able to take this and reinforce the edges after subdividing it, I can hit 3. This should be nice round shape. Very reminiscent of the I have to make a few adjustments. Yeah, this should be fine. So I'll go modify, convert, smooth preview to polygons, and go with maybe 1 subdivision. I think that's good enough for ZBrush. For subdivision and ZBrush. So I'll send this to ZBrush. I'm gonna get it into position. I'm gonna use it at 4 different locations. Sorry, 5 actually. I need it to be a button. And I'm going to create a copy for the side because I'm going to use it for something else. Scale it down, make sure I position it. Polyframe, go group by normals, and increase polygroups, divide twice, go to deformation, and sort of smooth it out a bit. Yeah, that should work. And the other 2 things I'm going to use it for, I go active symmetry, mirror and weld, and it's I should turn on local symmetry so I can scale it about its center, and it's supposed to just sit the pocket here. I really don't know what those things are, just 2 metal objects that are on most pairs of jeans. I don't want to believe they hold the pocket in place, but looks like some kind of fasteners. Maybe it's a design thing. I don't know what it is. It's right there. And then I'll duplicate to create the next other one. Actually, I will not duplicate. I'll just control drag to create a copy, move the other one to location, just so they can be one subtool. It's getting very crowded, and it will get even more crowded when the other clothing articles start coming in. So this is going to sit there. I think it's going to be a lot more forward. There's usually some ruffling that is supposed to go in between these stitches, and especially like here. This kind of moundy detail, right? I put it in the model I did last year, like this thing here, but I'm going to refrain from doing it for this one. I think if I do add it, maybe I'll add it in Substance Painter, but if it doesn't look good, I'll just come back and do it in ZBrush and push out a new normal map. But I think for this project, I'll stick with this more like a symbolized feel. Like it's, it has signature things that let you know it's denim, but it doesn't have everything. And I like that it's getting very busy. This dual seam thing is a lot, and there's a lot of information everywhere. So I don't want to add that. I want to at least wait till the other clothing articles come in to see how it will pair with the sweatshirt, the t-shirt, and then that super baggy hoodie. So I'm going to leave that out for now. But what I will, let me fix this. It's penetrating a lot of layers. Let's pull it out a bit. Call it penetration fix. Most jeans, well, every jeans has it. Talking about this little hole here, this little weird this stitching. Alright, so I'm gonna do some type of stitching with a hole. Go to the high subdivision. This was a fix. I'm gonna bake all these layers soon because they're very expensive. Call this button hole, or maybe not. I'll probably just shut them off. Now for the hole, what I'll do first is mask first on the lower subdivision level, so it's a little bit more bearable. I'm gonna get that hole first, inset a little, and then I'll do the ribbing around it. Alright, looks like I missed the mark. I have to be a little higher. So I'll go a little higher. Still a little higher. And also I should taper it a lot more. Okay, that looks good. And then I'll invert, go to a fairly low subdivision level. Not that far. Maybe about there. And I really could just use the move tool to push it in. That's one way to go about it. Just to start simulating that hole. Alright, and then now, zoom out and isolate it. I'm going to start some type of build up. First I'll do smooth. And I'll do some initial build up that represents the stitching that's coming. And then go to a higher subdivision level. Start mounting. It's not enough. I feel like I need to do this on 6. But these are going to represent the stitches. Does feel closed. Need to find these shapes a little bit better. be a little bit more snug around the button. Yeah, looks good. But real close, it feels really jagged because obviously there's not enough geometry, but I'll take it. It's not bad at all. I'm going to mask it and run a contrast on it just to push the detail out. Yeah, like that, so it's overemphasized. And that should be it. Further down the line, or when I come back to this piece to do his stuff, if I look at it and something just isn't feeling right, I'll make the necessary changes. But I think for now, this is going to do just fine. In the grander scheme of things, these are all the assets that this character is going to have. This watch is a Patek Philippe, and both characters are going to share them, so that's a good thing. That reduces the amount of work I have to do as far as hand ornaments for both characters. But in this lesson, I was only able to get this done, so this is the only one I'm going to be able to cross out, and I can't even cross out the shirt because I didn't do that. But in the next lesson, I'm going to do 1, 2, 3. Or the next lesson related to his attire, I'm going to do 1, 2, 3. The baggy hoodie, the shorts, and the sweatshirt. These are going to use the same technique. I'm going to use a simulation system in ZBrush, and this is fairly easy to assemble. The ribbing is the same as hers, and the drawstring is also the same as hers, so I'll probably reuse those. And this is what's left for her. But the next lesson of this particular course, this is what I'm dealing with. This jacket and this outfit. And once that's done, there's only 2 items left for her. So I'll see you in the next lesson.